Hello, hello, hello. Halo guys, mayat siang. Halo, mayat siang. Aku live siang-siang guys. Apa kabar kalian semua? Oke, jadi hari ini aku mau main The Roottrees Are Dead. Ini game itu ya guys, game apa sih? Game point and click gitu. Aku sempat lihat itunya, videonya dikit. Jadi game tentang kayak memecahkan silsilah keluarga gitu guys. Dan aku suka gameplaynya. Jadi langsung aja nggak sih kita main? BTW ini ada continue karena tadi aku testing ya guys. Terus ini avatarku agak kecil biar kita bisa ngebaca dengan lebih baik nanti guys. The Roottrees Are Dead. Di sini aja. Aku excited. Yay. December 6, 1998. Wah, aku baru.
The plane that crashed last night just outside of Pittsburgh is now known to have been the private jet of the Roottrees Corporation. Local aviation authorities have speculated based on the pilot's final communication that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant role in the crash. On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottrees and his daughters, the Roottrees sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers. There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining us, the Roottrees are dead.
Are dead. Oh.
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the Roottrees company's lawyers are scrambling.
Oh. Siapa ini? Who are you, ma'am, miss?
Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer. I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for.
Oh, jadi pembagian harta gono gini gitu kah?
I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees. A genealogy genie, as it were.
Probably.
I'm going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
Okay. Okay, complete the family tree of the Roottrees sisters. Siblings are in birth order, oldest, youngest. Okay. Examine my evidence, search the internet for clues, fill in the names, fill in the occupations, fill in the photos. Salute. Okay. Ini evidence ya, oke. Oke. Ya, kita bisa ngambil fotonya dengan diklik, guys. Cakep ya? Anyway, the person who hired you gave you this photo with a note attached. This was taken during the shoot for the Roottrees sisters got milk ad. I've tracked down a test photo from before they painted the fake mustaches, on which I thought would be more appropriated considering the circumstances. The ad's copy reads, "You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading, or you might recognize our name from the candy bar you're eating. Being a Roottrees is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in milk is so important. Plus, you can make chocolate without it." Pagi, halo pagi Bang Mondi, welcome. Game apa ini? Game detektif, Bang. Kita memecahkan misteri silsilah keluarga gitu. Harta gono gini. Iya. Okay. This list was provided to you by the mysterious person who showed up at your door. You'll need it to fill in the family tree. Meh. Buset, kurang banyak apa ini? Segini yang harus kita pecahkan dong. Oke. Nah ini. Internet. Bukan thread, gile dibacain. Kalau gue yang live gak suruh viewernya yang pause baca sendiri. Kan biar sambil belajar pronunciation Bang Mondi, belajar baca English. Okay. The Roottrees sisters. Pro tip, you can create notes quickly by highlighting text with your mouse. Okay. Okay, yay. There are a lot of obituaries that focus on the Roottrees sisters' modeling careers. You also come across an unofficial Roottrees fan site, seemingly curated by a teenager. It's neon pink with purple text and hard to read until you highlight the words. The young webmaster writes, Raine is the most famous because she's the oldest and got married to TMS. But Riley is the smart one. Rose is a middle child like me. Okay. Oh, wait. You might think they are rich just because they are models, but their dad is also the president of the candy company, and their mom, Brenda, is a fashion designer. They do the modeling for her brand, Root. I eat Roottrees candy all the time. My favorite are Maple Crisps, and try to dress in plaid Root, clothes like Riley does in most of the posters. Someday I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. The website out there continues to talk about her own life and what she likes about the Root fashion lines, but none of it is relevant. Okay. Siapa lagi? Riley. Karena Rose yang middle child, berarti Riley yang bungsu ya. Riley. Roottrees, the youngest. Smart. Sama tadi apa sih? Tadi kayaknya ada di bawah. Riley. Oh ya. Dress in plaid. Oke. Dress in plaids. Plaids itu baju kotak-kotak guys. Kayak kemeja kotak-kotak anak kuliahan gitu. Rose. Oke. Middle child. Rose. Roottrees. Siapa? Middle child. Tadi apa? Ada piercing ya kalau nggak salah. Ears piercing tuh jadi kayak mereka telinganya ditindik guys biar bisa pakai anting. All of them are models. Siapa sih tadi emaknya? Brenda ya? Brenda Roottrees. Dua. Halo Mbak Lon. Selamat datang. Nanti ada action pukul-pukulan, tembak-tembakannya atau cuman klik-klik aja Kak? Klik-klik aja. You stumble across an auction for a black and blue dress that's a Brenda White original. The auction describes it a vintage dress from before Brenda became Brenda Roottrees and started designing clothes for Root. The white and gold dress itself doesn't seem to be relevant to your search. Oke, berarti nggak penting ya. Coba cari satu-satu mereka. Reina. Salah. Reina. Oke. Oh, balik ke yang search awal ya. Coba kalau relay. Dua juga lebih gabut nunggu maintenance. Tar sidang pakai English juga nggak Kak? Enggak lah. Masa aku sidang pakai bahasa Inggris? Oh, nggak ada juga ya. Oke. Balik lagi ya ke awal. Coba Rose. Okay, Rose Roottrees is not as popular as her older sister Raina, but still very well known. Most of the time, they're lumped together as the Roottrees sisters. Unfortunately, the results for Rose by herself don't lead to anything different than when searching for the sisters together. Okay. Coba cari bapaknya. Roottrees. Okay. Okay. Died in the recent plane crash along with his wife, Brenda Roottrees, and their daughters, the Roottrees sisters. He was the president of the Roottrees Candy Company as well as the clothing company Root, which he co-founded with his wife. According to news sites, the Roottrees Candy Company plans to put out a press release sometime within the hour to address the absence of Carl, the crash and questions they have been receiving. Once you finish placing the Roottrees sisters on the family tree, it would be wise to repeat the search. Okay. Jadi ya ceritanya si Carl Roottrees ini sama istrinya dan the Roottrees sisters ini yang anak-anaknya tuh meninggal dalam kecelakaan ya guys. Terus tiba-tiba tadi ada yang datang bilang tolong dong pecahin silsilah keluarganya gitu. Karena ada pembagian itu loh guys, harta gono gini. Nggak sabar dapat kabar Kak Gil lulus, amin. Lulus dari tesis yang mencekam asli. Oke, jadi President of apa? Roottrees Candy Company. Terus co-founded Root ini apa? Clothing ya? Clothing company with his wife Brenda. Ini aja ya. Oke, coba kita cari Root. Hah. A clothing company, they make clothes for children from toddlers to teenagers. Although their website is down, likely due to increased web traffic, you find countless retail sites attempting to advertise their clothes towards the target audience. One of them has this to say: "You've spied the Roottrees sisters looking hella fly on catalogs, magazines, and posters. Now you too can be like Riley, Rose, or Raina." You also come across a website from a collector of clothing catalogs. Apparently, Root has released 2 catalogs per year, every year since 1984. And Raina appeared on almost all of them. There is only one that the webmaster considers a collector item enough to mention. It seems that Brenda Roottrees, the Roottrees sisters' mother and Root's head designer, appeared on one cover holding her daughter Rose in 1985. The site says this was the only time her daughter was ever listed with her birth name, Carly Rose. Okay, wait. Clothing company has 2 catalogs since 1984. Okay, Rose's real name is Carly Roottrees. Okay. Coba kita lihat Carly. Okay, you discover a trivia page that lists common trick questions. The answer to what are the first names of the famous Roottrees girls lists the answer Raina, Carly, and Riley. Oh, jadi si Rose nama aslinya Carly. Okay. The explanation below the answer states that Rose was originally born Carly Rose Roottrees. Apparently, her parents had planned to name a son Carl Roottrees Jr. But after finding out they were having a second daughter, they called her Carly. Sometime in the early 90s, and now preteen Carly strongly expressed her dislike that her sister had RH names and she was the odd one out. That's when she began to go by her middle name. Middle child symbol kah sayangku. Iya, jadi dia tuh nggak suka nama depannya karena nggak ada RH gitu, kayak adik kakaknya, makanya dia lebih milih pakai nama Rose. Kapan mau ke rumah lagi, udah ditanyain mulu tuh sama orang ke rumah. Kapan ya? Kapan? Oke. Harusnya udah pas ya ini. Oke, jadi tadi si Rose itu yang pakai tindik. Siapa sih? Si Riley itu yang paling muda kan, berarti dia pakai plate. Berarti yang paling tua nih. Oke. Siapa sih tadi itu? Bentar, aku lupa nama kalian siapa. Reina. Oke. Yang kedua tadi nama aslinya Carly. Oke. Carly. Yang ketiga tadi Riley. Oke. Mereka semua model. Iya tadi nama suaminya tuh TMS, tapi aku nggak tahu TMS siapa. Model. Yes. Halo pagi Bang Java. Welcome. Yay! These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. You've also locked the following optional entries. Okay. Noon. Booyah. Yeah.
Sorry to test you, but I had to be sure you could use the internet. Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired. The reward for untangling the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even. But here's the catch. The Roottrees go way, way back. The family tree's a bit daunting. Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine.
I have a bad feeling about
The man
this.
who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives.
Okay.
Anyone related only by marriage is optional. But filling them in can lead to useful discoveries.
Okay.
Lastly, you now have access to some unique websites, plus a list of notable Roottrees. Notable people are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree.
Oke, jadi yang orang-orang yang kayak wajib kita kulik tuh yang ada tanda bintangnya di itu keluarganya.
I'm off for now. Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
6. Oke, 6 nggak terlalu banyak. Oke, let's go. Yeah.
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the Roottrees reaches out, I'd appreciate you not mentioning I was here. Thank you, and good luck.
That is really suspicious. Dia bilang kayak kalau orang lain ada yang ngaku-ngaku sebagai wakilnya Roottrie, tolong jangan kasih tahu kalau saya ada di sini. That's highly suspicious. What is your planning, ma'am? Waduh. Loose. Halo Kak Gia, halo Kak Gan, selamat pagi. Okay, before the person who hired you returns, every time you get 3 additional blood relatives in the family tree completely correct, they will be locked in. Okay, all non-blood relatives and small portraits are optional, but placing them in the tree helps remove extra names and photos. Okay, jadi kalau tiga lagi bener nanti baru lock in ya. Bang Mondi live juga dong. Aduh. Oke. Waduh. Bentar. BTW, ini masih patah-patah kayak kemarin nggak? Just checking. Okay. The Roottrees sisters and their parents died in a plane crash on December 6, 1998. The next evening, a shadowy figure appeared at your door and said the lawyers were looking to sort out the family tree. After a quick test, the figure gave you access to some resources. This included a list of notable Roottrees who they said would be the easiest family members to place. They said they were returning the time it took to fill out 6 more blood relatives. Okay. Okay, this is an advertisement for jatuh. For 5 pieces aimed at kids from magazine Teen Blast. It mentioned that the 5 pieces were named as such because the original creator had 5 children. The ad also mentioned that the current flavors are not the same back then. Okay. Oke. Di sini aja biar nggak pusing. Okay. Wait. Banyak ya guys. This is a list of notable Roottrees. The person who hired you gave you this list and said everyone on it could be found easily via your search engine. Okay. Ya udah, cari satu-satu dulu. Cari di page 1. Okay. Carl Roottries dulu. Sama Elias and Gwyneth Roottries. Okay. Walalala. Oh, ada ini. Ada tambahan ya. Tadi ada buku nggak sih kalau nggak salah? Salah. Teen Blast. Oh, harus ada autornya juga. Ya udah, public library. Salah. Oke, kita Carl tadi udah ada ya. Tapi kita nggak tahu dia presiden keberapa. Ya udah, siapa lagi? Siapa? Elias Roottries. Okay. Elias Roottries. Hi. Okay. Was the founder and first president of the Roottrees Candy Company. Okay. Founder, first president. Okay. You find what is essentially propaganda site about him created by the Roottrees Candy Company at the top. There is a picture of him and his wife Gwyneth. Okay, picture-nya udah ada di evidence. There is also biography section that has some additional information. Elias is credited for inviting 5 pieces. Okay, creating 5. A popular maple candy. Before that, the farm he inherited by marrying his wife only produced syrup. After 5 pieces become widely successful, Elias spent his time and energy on cementing his reputation as a family man. He is quoted on the site saying, "Blood is thicker than syrup, and that any child linked by blood to me shall be linked by blood to my legacy." The site enthusiastically claims that he made good on that promise, but offers no additional details. There are a few more quotes about Elias from a book called Family Man, The Roottrees Legacy. A book. Family Man, The Roottrees Legacy by Bess Williams. To say they are biased is a massive understatement. Below that, there is a long list of accomplishments and awards, and one stand out, like his great-grandson, Carl Elias was voted Watchman of the Year, okay? Watchman of the Year. Wait, let me just... Okay, Business Watch magazine. From Business Watch magazine. It's a magazine focused on companies, CEOs, and the economy. Okay, companies, CEOs, and economy. They have been around for over 100 years in one form or another, and will often write about major changes in management at famous companies. Every year, they offer an award to a prominent businessman who has furthered the field. They call this Watchman of the Year. You find through a few searches that 2 Roottrees have been featured as Watchman of the Year: Elias Roottrie and Carl Roottrie. Business Watch does not host any online archive on any site. You can find via spider search, though you may not be able to find individual articles. Okay. Okay. Business Watch magazine is a magazine focused on companies used on economy. Oh ya, sama aja ya. Okay. Family man. Okay, very poorly perceived books about Elias Roottrie. Coba Bess Williams was an author born in the late 80s. She lived just outside of Miami and died tragically young in major hurricane that struck. Okay, information about her seems to have faded over time due to lack of interest. Okay, coba. Okay. Wait. Okay. Family Mandatory Legacy. Publish 82 hardcover. A non-fiction anthology. An old book about Elias Roottrie. Okay. Business Watch. Wait, ada nggak? Tapi tahunnya nggak ada deh. Every year. Business Watch. CEO. Elias Roottrees was awarded Watchman of the Year in 1936 for his accomplishment of rolling out 5 pieces to a global market. Okay. 잠깐만. Elias Roottrees was awarded 1936. Kalau sama Carl ya kalau nggak salah. Carl Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year in 90. Carl was voted in 1986 for his work with Root, the cover and a summary of the article. Okay. Hai. Oke, udah ada evidence. Nice. Aha. Okay. Okay. Ya telat dia udah jauh. Semangat Kak Gia streamnya. Halo Kak Foxen, Kak Defru, siang. Iya udah rada jauh. Belum terlalu jauh juga sih kata aku, ini tuh masih kayaknya belum jauh-jauh amat deh menurutku ini. Okay, wait. Elias Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year by Business Watch in 1936, and a painting of him appears on the cover. The magazine says he was voted Watchman of the Year specifically to recognize the global rollout of 5 pieces. Inside the article is a timeline of 5 pieces. Elias formed the Roottrees Candy Company after marrying his wife, who inherited a maple farm. During the period before 5 pieces, the company is barely profitable. Elias has a daughter, the first of 5 children. 4 more follow, leading to... Okay. Elias invents 5 pieces. Each of the 5 flavors is chosen based on the initials of his 5 children, 1 flavor per child. 5 pieces are first sold in some Pittsburgh market. Okay. The new recipe and flavor is finalized and the candy began nationwide. Okay. The Roottrees Candy Company purchases every available maple farm in Pennsylvania in preparation for their global rollout. With the help of his son, son Elias Roottrees Jr. As architecture firm. Okay, production is report. Okay. There's also what's next section that claims Elias is going to pivot to ensuring his company's legacy and that the Roottrees Candy Company remains a family business. He plans to do this with the clan's trust. Continue with clan's trust. Okay. Okay, this is a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth Roottrees. It was taken in 1909 after they founded the Roottrees Candy Company, but before it was a success. From what you found searching on the internet, it seemed quite difficult to find any site about Elias or Gwyneth that isn't accompanied by this picture. Elias and Gwyneth are on the notable Roottrees list in your evidence. They will be marked on the chart with a star. Okay. Cakep ya bapaknya. Izin nonton ya Kak, di kantor nggak ngapa-ngapain nih, tapi terpaksa pulang malam banget ya. Nonton aja Kak Foxen, semoga nggak bosen ya. Soalnya cuman mendengarkan aku membaca. Okay. You've been in this line for so long, in fact, you've a sense for how useful your evidence can be. The numbers, berarti buktinya tidak hanya satu ya guys. Kita lihat lagi. Oke. Oke, kalau Roottrees was voted, mana note saya? Aha. Oke, wait. Hati-hati Kagia, kelamaan lihat nanti jatuh hati lo. Enggak lah. Ojikon kambu kah? Inggrisnya Kagia menghibur si anak dengarnya, maksudnya Ojikon teh nani. Aku tadi baca yang mana ya? Oke, kalau Roottrees ya, aku baru ngerti Ojikon apa. Hanya kita saja yang tahu ya. Tolong saya jangan di outed. Carl Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987, and a photo of him appears on the cover. According to the cover, Business Watch is the magazine for and about corporate leaders and has ongoing coverage of who's who in the corporate world. Carl was chosen not for his work at Roottrees Candy, but rather a clothing company, Root. There's a brief history. Okay. Before they married, Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant. Bentar. Watchman of the Year in 1987. Mana Brenda, sayang Brenda. Okay. Fashion consultant. When Reina was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother. Looking for a creative outlet, she spent any free time she had at the sewing machine. Reina's new clothes were a hit with other parents, including Carl's cousin Jim Roottrees. Okay. A notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Reina. Word spread. Okay, wait a second. Siapa? A singer, Carl's cousin. Okay. By 1982, Brenda patterns were being copied by other brands. Seeing the demand, Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr. Okay. Second cousin of Carl. President spearheaded Root. Other blood relatives who have a say in the company's finances refused to fund anything other than candy, so Carl personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. When the profits began to appear, however, the rest of the family changed their tune. They repaid his investment and now Root exists. Awalnya nggak mau dibiayain, pas udah sukses baru dibiayain, idi. Under the umbrella of candy company, and they all benefit. Per tradition or perhaps superstition, new clothes always debuted the way first ones did. Reina became their catalog's cover model. As she grew, the product line expanded to older kids as well. Her younger sister were then recruited to show off the baby clothes. Okay. Ini siapa? Oke, bentar, berarti Siapa tadi? Elias. Waduh, Gwyneth-nya ada 2. Mereka ada anak kan ya? Anak tapi aku nggak tahu anak yang mana. Internet it is. Okay. Elias Roottrees Junior. Itu gimana caranya Kak, tiap kali ngomong gambarnya buka tutup mulut dan kedap-kedip? Ada aplikasinya Kak Foxen. Sebentar. Elias Roottrees Junior. Hai. Is list on a website about historical buildings in Butler County. Okay. Where is you? Butler County. Architecture? Arsitek. Anda arsitek kah? Apa tidak stres? He is listed alongside an old residence that has been preserved called Hunshtop House. Okay. Hunshtop House. Okay. Butler County. Oh. Okay. Located outside of Pittsburgh. Pennsylvania. Okay, while the Roottrees Candy Company now has its headquarters in the city, the company began on a small farm within the Butler County limits, and the area has a lot of history with the family. The Butler County Times... Local paper. Butler County Times. There are likely articles from over the years involving the Roottrees family and those adjacent to them. It's been automatically added to your periodical search interface. As a side note, a video called The Roottrees Are Dead was once set in Butler County, and it turns out the creator never lived in or near Butler County or even had any connection to Butler County. Okay. What else? Hunshtop House. Okay, nothing. Okay, played host to many Roottrees advertisement over the year for many of their products. Okay. Berarti yang harus kita cari sekarang adalah 5 pieces ya. Yay! Wah. Oke. Wah, catatannya banyak banget. Aku tidak sanggup. Lah kok? Bentar. Ini. Oke. Wait. From marketing materials and various candy history sites, you learn that 5 pieces are the iconic candy sold by the Roottrees Candy Company. Although they are no longer the company's only popular product, they still sell well to this day. 5 pieces are small, colorful shell-coated maple candies. Copy. Okay. That since the late 20s have been pressed into the shape of a maple leaf, although they usually have one flavor that looks more like a berry. As tastes have changed over the years, so have the 5 flavors, but the shape and combination with maple remain consistent. There's also history of print advertising website that claims you have 5 pieces advertisement scanned from the book called The Sweet History of Candy, Volume 2 by Charles Lee. Wait. The Sweet... Okay, Public Library. Apa ini? Charles Lee. Sweet History of... Lah. Oh. S-nya kelebihan. Dapat. Published 1984. Hardcover. History advertising non-fiction. Okay. Alting Candy 1925. Art continues onward to chronicle the rise of mass product and global distribution. The book ends with a look into the future of candy as envisioned by experts in 1985. With the addition of hindsight, you can clearly see they got pretty much everything wrong. Okay. Okay. Tadi apa sih? Tin Blast ya? Ada nggak di sini? Tin Blast. Okay. Magazine aimed at teenage girls. Their website has a new section that offers condolences for the loss of the Roottrees sisters. Their fashion line was often covered by our magazine, and Raina Roottrees first appeared on the cover on her 16th birthday. Okay. Tin Blast has played host to many Roottrees advertisements over the year for many of their products, including 5 pieces. They float the results. One of them was already in your evidence. Okay. No, udah. Sama apa lagi sih tadi yang belum? Oh, Gwyneth. Gwyneth kita udah cari belum sih? Gwyneth Roottrees. Oke. Gwyneth, cinta. Oh, jadi kamu Anderson. Oke. The first Anderson Maple Farm berarti dia Gwyneth Anderson. Okay, there are a few pictures including the famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth. Okay, before marrying Elias, Gwyneth Roottrees was Gwyneth Anderson. She had no brothers, so as the oldest sister, she was to inherit the Anderson Maple Farm so long as she married. Before Elias took over, the farm produced only syrup. It was supposedly Elias' idea to create candy instead. Their success was not immediate until they decided to combine the maple with other flavors. This led to 5 pieces, which are still found in stores to this day. Though the Roottrees Candy Company expanded well beyond their original farm, it has been preserved as a tourist attraction. According to their website, there are still daily demonstration and educational tours that show off many of the turn-of-the-century appliances that Gwyneth would have used as a housewife. housewife. Okay, what do we have here? Okay, what is it? It's a miracle, a modern candy for a modern society. Roottrees 5 pieces contain 5 different maple-infused flavors. Okay. G is for grape, E is for elderberry, C is for cinnamon extract, M is for melon, and introducing M for miracle berry. Miracle berry is a burst of beautiful blossoming blended berries. Try it today, okay? Okay. You found this advertisement in the Sweet History of Candy, Volume 2 by Charles Lee. It's from 1920. Okay. It states that the flavors are inspired by their children, and the order is grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon, and the newest flavor, miracle berry. Okay. Gwinnett Anderson, housewife. Carl ini presiden keberapa deh? Wait. Salah. Oke, logikanya wait. Is to find anything other than candy? Wait. Coba kita cari Watchman of the Year. Okay, they've been around. You'll find through few searches that 2 Roottrees have been featured as Business Watch does not host any. Oh ya, okay. Mix in with recent use of the plain crust, there are a lot of results for Roottrees extreme popular candy products. Their official website is unstable due to the traffic it has been receiving. However, you find a direct link to the history section that managed to work momentarily. The Roottrees Candy Company was founded by Elias Roottrees shortly after he married his wife Gwyneth, whose family owned a small farm called the Anderson Maple Farm. For reasons that aren't explained on the page, it has no CEO and no stockholders. Instead, it's run by a president. With input and votes from extended family, the site does mention that every president has been a direct descendant of Elias and Gwyneth, including Carl Roottrees, who despite his death is listed as the current president. The product that put them on the map were 5 pieces, maple candies with 5 different flavors that are dipped in a crispy crackly candy coating. Since then, they have branched out to countless other products, all of which incorporate maple in some ways. Their sister company, simply titled Root, specialized in children's clothing. Okay. Coba. Oke, jadi kalau kita mau nebak ya, yang dicap sebagai presiden company sekarang kan tetap dia, walaupun katanya yang diangkat tuh sepupu yang sebelumnya. Berarti in a way dia presiden yang terakhir nggak sih? Oh, bener. Yay. Buyah. Oke. Aduh, anaknya ada 5 lagi. Oke. 3 lagi guys. 3 lagi. Siapa lagi namanya? Ini udah kan? Oke. Sekarang notnya kita pindah ke sini. Kita ke Queen Roottrees. Oke, bentar guys, aku buat teh dulu. We need tea. I am back. Aduh, ini balasannya Bang Foxen baru muncul habis aku refresh. Gimana nih? Itu 5 piecesnya beneran. Iya, yang tadi aku ketik tuh beneran diketik semua. Gwyneth Anderson, iya, Gwyneth Anderson tadi. 3 lagi yuk, per case gitu kak. Kayak per orang gitu sih, karena kita memecahkan silsilah keluarga yang super rumit. Kayaknya emang lebih enak buka di tablet deh. Di tablet tuh kayaknya nggak ngilang-ngilang gini. Bentar ya. Oke, mari kita lanjutkan guys. Oke, Roottrees. You find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organized and the search is broken, but you can get to individual pages from your search engine. Roottrees is a somewhat well-known actress. Okay, you are an actress. An actress who was active in the 1950s. She often appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of her highly publicized divorce. Wah, dia bercerai guys, tehnya panas guys. Case perceraian artis tuh panas guys. Wah. Okay, her biggest role was the minor hit movie Guys Like Us. Hit movies Guys Like Us. She left Hollywood after the flop of Christmas Mission. There's widely circulated picture of Gwen from behind the scenes on one of her movies, which you've added to evidence. Did you know, trivia, Gwen was the granddaughter of Elias Roottrees? Okay, Elias, a granddaughter. She shouldn't have been named Roottrees, but her father took her mother's famous name, which was quite rare in those days. Oh, okay. Roottrees is mother's name, so her mother is Elias' daughter. Oke, kita lihat movie dia satu-satu nggak sih? Guys Like Us. Guys Like Us. Oke. Okay, you find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organized, blah blah blah. Okay, it's a 1943 film. 1943 film. Two secretaries cut their hair short and pose as businessmen to get ahead in life until one of them falls in love with their client, and hilarity ensues. Starring Roottrees, Leslie Florence and Harrison Lane. The title is a play on words, as it can be said that the two women are men similar to other men, or that the men are fond of them. Okay. Christmas Mission ya. BTW, yang terketik di Spider Search ini aku ngetik sendiri ya. Oke, Christmas Mission. Flop. One movie about World War I released in 1940. Received poor reviews and lost the studio money. Gwen Roottrees had a role as a soldier's wife who wrote him letters from home. Okay. The movie was marketed as an incredible true story, but no record of the events happening has ever been found. Okay. Oke, berarti tapi kita tuh nggak tahu mamahnya yang mana. Aha. Gwen Roottrees. Okay, she will be marketed on the chart with a star. Okay. Oh, anaknya ada 5. Anak-anaknya ini loh. Sabar, coba Brenda Roottrees tadi. Oh ini. Oke. What else? Siapa lagi sih? Oke, nambah orang lagi aja lah. Red Roottrees. Oh ya, wait. Leslie Florence. Not much relevant. Oke. Berarti dia nggak penting. Harrison Lane. Oh, we have a lot. Cangkemasayo. Ini hapus aja dulu biar nggak berantakan ya guys. Aku nggak suka kalau berantakan. Harrison Lane. Santai kak, udah sering kok gitu nggak muncul gitu chatnya asli. Abis gacha dan kalah 50-50. No, nyebelin banget udah 50-50 terus kalah. Television actor with a major role in Guys Like Us and some other films. His largest role before Guys Like Us was as the villain in the first season of Western Frontiers. Due to the popularity of Guys Like Us, the studio brought Lane back to play the villain's twin brother, this time as a hero joining the protagonist. Okay. Oh, there's nothing then. Kirain penting. Siapa? Ya udah kita cari orang lain aja lagi guys. Kan ini kan berdasarkan anak-anaknya ya. Let's see. Hi. Had 5 kids. Roottrees, GECM is for elderberry cinnamon extract. Coba grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon, dan miracle berry. Oke, let's see. Oke, berarti tadi siapa sih? Red Roottrees, red. Aha. Oh, real name Aloysius Herring. Oh, herring from red herring. Roottrees. Judge and a politician. He was the ambassador to Ireland. Okay. He served what some people contend is the shortest term in history. A few days after he was appointed, he was heard disparaging his position and the Irish people. Oh my God. He then tried to run for state senate. He claimed to be related to the Roottrees Candy Company in a newspaper ad, but it came out that the last name was merely a coincidence and he was defeated in a landslide. Oh. Aloysius Herring. Okay. Oh ya, udah dicoret karena bukan ya berarti. Oke. Mana? Oke, gym retreat. Oh, sorry, salah ketik. Oke. Oh, James Roottrees. Kalau nggak salah ini nggak sih dia? Aha, kamu ada di sini ternyata. Real name James Roottrees. In the duo called Jim and Diamond. Okay. Jim and Diamond. With his wife, Diamond LaRoux. Okay, Diamond LaRoux is his wife. Okay. The duo, according to many sources you find, is considered a one-hit wonder due to the disco song "Rollin' On Down to the City." Rollin' on down to the city. Disco song. Okay. Although Jim writes the majority of songs, plays the guitar, and often sings, Diamond is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer. The band never had another hit, but has its fans, who refer to themselves as Diamond's Dazzlers. Fandom name, Diamond's Dazzlers. The rest of their music is more folksy and acoustic than the one song they were known for. Jim and Diamond have continued to release music through the 80s and early 90s. Other albums you find mentioned are Cherry Tree. Other album, Cherry Tree, Sound of Louder. A bit of a recluse and hasn't made public appearances. Okay. Then next is Diamond LaRoux. Okay. Wait. Aha. Oh, ada tombol play. Oh.
We're rolling on down to the city.
Oh my.
Saturday night and you're quite a sight. The world might be burning, but I'm feeling right. Making ends meet, so they rent and we can't afford gas, so we skate in the streets. Guys all rush to say that I'm pretty. Ladies blush and find me so witty. They're out of luck tonight, what a pity. We're rolling on down to the city. On wheels we glide with you by my side. Inflation is rising and so is our pride. Pick our own fate, make love not hate. They fight overseas but we'd rather skate. Guys all rush to say that I'm pretty. Ladies blush and find me so witty. They're out of luck tonight, what a pity. We're rolling on down to the city.
Rolling.
on down to the city.
Oh, nice song. Is there anything that we should know? Okay. Rolling Down to the City was barely a top 20 hit for a few weeks in 1979. According to the liner notes, it satirized how a part of society was content to remain indifferent to economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East. Oh, jadi kayak buat nyindir gitu ya, nyindir inflasi ekonomi. Unless pop culture tricked them into caring, somewhat ironically, listeners didn't seem to pay attention to the lyrics enough to trick them into caring. Instead, most of its play came from roller discos. Because it was such a product of its time, it doesn't get much play anymore, even on stations that play oldies. Maybe that's why you'd never heard of it before now. This image is from an auction for a sealed copy. It has a sticker that says, "Only the great-grandson of Elias Roottrees could make this go this sweet." Great-grandson. La, la, la. Okay. It is credited to Peter Janowicz from MMM. Music and lyrics by Jim Roottrees. Vocals by Jim Roottrees and Diamond LaRoux. Jim Roottrees is on the notable Roottrees list. In your evidence, he will be marked on the chart with a star. Okay. Do we have any? No. Rolling on down to the city. Oh ya, coba jadi James Roottrees. Gin and Diamond. Sama aja ya berarti. Okay, another. Okay, Lauren Roottrees, page 3. Aha! An author. It's a distant relative of the Roottrees sisters. It's known for her book, A Life Between Wars. Right? A Life Between Wars. According to a website about famous authors in the early 1960s, Lauren released a few romance novels under her married name, Lauren Reverdy. Married name, Lauren Reverdy. To little fanfare, when her publisher learned she had been keeping diaries about her famous family, they insisted she release them under her original name, Lauren Roottrees, to take advantage of her family's notoriety. Wah, diary bukannya isinya rahasia gelap semua ya guys, dipublish nggak tuh? The selection of diary entries released in 1965. Release 1965. Mana? From the ultimately death of her husband in World War II, to coping with the post-war world as a young widow and a mother, as well as her perspectives on changing times and socialities, all the way through the entry into Vietnam. While the content is not considered particularly relevant to modern audiences, it has found new life as an exercise in high school English classes to show an evolution in writing style and for a look into life in previous generations. After the success of her diaries, her publishers re-released her romance novels under the name Lauren Roottrees. This included Romance in Court, romance, which gained popularity. She followed the re-release up by writing 2 new sequels, creating what fans refer to as the Courtchester. Serious. You find no recent details about Lauren, though she's listed as retired. Life between wars. Okay. Life. Aha! Banyak banget, astaga. Ya kalau nggak kena nggak apa-apa, aku juga enjoy dengerinnya kok. Baru tau itu fun fact ya berarti. Oke, mari kita lihat. Buset, we have a lot. Okay. Lauren's diary contains some labeled picture. This is the 5 pieces. Caption: the picture was famous in our house. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. Oh, this is the Pop. It was taken 1935 to celebrate the move to the new warehouse that Ellie Jr. designed. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the 3 of us were all about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well, to say the least. Eventually, I suppose to stop the tantrums, they posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. I found out years later that they never even took a second photo. Okay, berarti ini udah 5 pieces ya. Ini bapaknya ya berarti. Okay. Wah. Okay. Lauren's diary contains some label picture. This is the next generation. An attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photo with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Ellie to stand all the way on the left. Ellie. Since to me he looked like Pop did in the old one. Ellie. But I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the 4 of us stand together, and so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. Okay, Grandma insisted we include Sam even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge even after all these years. Okay. The below are notes and observation you made while skimming through Lauren Roottrees' diary pages in A Life Between Wars. Lauren Roottrees is on the notable Roottrees list. In your evidence, she will be marked on the chart with a star. Okay, the book was published in 1965 and consists of diary entries that stretch from 1940 to 1965. The most important event that much of the diary and Lauren's thoughts revolved around was the loss of her husband Jacob. Okay, wait a second. Berarti Jacob Raverty. Died in what's you? Well, Lauren was pregnant. This left her to raise her son Clark alone. Oh, this is the grandmother. Clark's mother. The grandmother. Okay. Lauren never remarried and only had one child. Okay. By skimming the pages, the diary, you glean the following information. She was granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth. Mother's family name is Kosels. Oh yeah, Glenn's trust head lawyer. Okay. Her father. Okay. Ah, tadi aku lupa bisa-bisanya. Oh. An entry entitled Complaints from Lauren Roottrees' diary written in 1955. This entry seems to focus specifically on one of Lauren's family members, Gwen, who is on the notable Roottrees list. There is Gwen in here, right? Everyone has something to complain about. Gwen, as an only child, complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but it fell on deaf ears. Only child. During the summer where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, I hoped she would be the sister I never had and that I'd do the same for her. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the 2 of them. What a mess, but she just complained to her. To her, I was the lucky cousin. Now she's off living the glamorous life while I'm stuck here with Clark. I must admit, seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Wah, Lauren gak suka banget sama si Gwen. Her visit stares at me. Even now from my coffee tablet, she gets to be in Starlet and tell tales of how she gallivants around the world, kissing the likes of Harrison Lane and Wild Bill Williams. Okay. Gets to be in Starlet. Also Wild Bill Williams. She is the first Roottrees woman to be anything other than a housewife. And I am jealous. If I were not a single mother, could I make my own way in this world? But I'm off topic. A girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me. And now, though I have been undoubtedly burdened by terrible tragedy, I am also lucky to be born into a family that can support me for eternity. I can raise a child without worry, unlike countless other widows. If any of them were to hear me complaining, they would rightfully scoff just like I do at Gwen. Okay. Dynasty. Okay. Whew. Okay, an entry entitled Dynasty from Lauren's Roottrees diaries written in 1958. It focuses on the day her grandfather Elias announced he would step down as the president of the Roottrees Candy Company, and the meeting to determine his successor. I wish I had been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it so long, with architect, preachers, and lawyers. Wait a second. Okay, Clancy is another cousin. Nobody got time for candy, so with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next chance. Bob argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family, since we still have the Roottrees name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. Oh, so Clancy... Oh, wait. Safe note. Wait a second. Clancy Roottrees. Second... president. Siapa sih? Lawrence cousin. Okay. Instead, it ended up going. He's not the second president. Volunteered, but was not chosen. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running a company, but Granddad has always had very particular views when it comes to his bloodline. I asked Clancy if it ever come up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach, and I'm next oldest of us all. But he just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, at least with catty remarks, countered back. Maybe they wanted it to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. Berarti Angie just older than second. I'm next oldest of us all. Dikira-kirain ya ini berarti Angie. Siapa sih namanya? Lauren. Berarti antara Zach and Clancy. Okay. 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 Bentar. Jacob. Mana sih Lauren? Lauren Alsor. Iya kan? Anaknya siapa? Cangkemang. Bentar. Mana sih? Lauren Roottrees. Oh, salah. Can I take this back? Nantilah ubahnya. Okay, Lauren Roottrees. Ini. Ini Zach ya. Okay. An entry entitled Sam from Lauren Roottrees diary written in okay. Sam. 잠깐만요. Okay, Sam. From a previous entry, you learned that Elias Roottrees had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Obscure relative. Gwyneth has been pushing to include Sam for quite some time, Lauren writes. Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother or two, but I was told trim their branches from the family tree. So why is Sam special? Nothing adds up and I'm not the only one to realize. Ya, jadi Sam tuh kayak kamu tuh bukan router tapi kok kamu dispesialin? Angie summoned all the next kids to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwen's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushing me and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam walking alongside the farm hands. And John, AC and John, when he used to drive past old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are on the book. Ali, Miracle's youngest, not my brother, even chimed in. Okay. Apparently, when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm 3 weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make a bike's engineer faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Ali certainly seems thrilled. At the end of the day, nothing explained why an outsider had causes into a family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup? Why is Granddad making an exception now? Okay. Oh, Clark. Okay. Clark's getting married, and in my opinion, okay. Far too young. He's barely 18 for God's sake, and Daniel isn't much older. Okay. His wife is Daniel. But openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. Okay, Clark is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who has any discipline is Carl, but that because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Okay, so mana? His father is Clancy Roottrees. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seemed to pursue paths of knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Pop seemed to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. And as for me, my first published book, Buckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all, and his sisters seem to be doing a good job raising her twins. Okay, second president. And his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Gwen is Gwen, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held tight. She even told us she might come home next year so we can meet her kids. But the free spirits in any of other family that all end up on the streets, even Clark. Oke, mari kita cari satu-satu. No, okay. Clark. Coba Clark. He used to make music with Clark Rafferty. They mention an album called This Times. Okay. This Times. Aha! A band called Clark, CG, and GD released one single called This Time. La 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 la. Aha. Work together with Jim and Diamond before. Okay, someone with the username DieHard Dazzler scanned the cover and noted that it cost him over $200 at auction. Apparently, this was Jim Roottrees and Diamond LaRoque's first song together. He also mentioned that it was performed with Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister, and that it was only somewhat similar to Jim and Diamond's later works. You can find anything. Okay. Coba cari yang lain. You can even find a picture of the cover that's in for it. That's been very useful. Okay. This time, this time is an old single from Fulcrum, GZ and GD. You have a scan of the album as well as a recording of the title track thanks to a collector of Jim Roottrees memorabilia. The website also listed the song credits as music lyrics by Clark Rafferty. Okay. So he was... and Jim Roottrees backup vocals by the LaRoques. On its sticker that says folk style songwriting. Okay. Magazine. Okay, mari let's play the song, guys. Aku pamit dulu ya Kak, nyari makan dulu, ntar kalau masih live aku balik lagi. Oke, Kak Foxen.
Love shall be me for you and you for me. Someday will come though that this tree will be the last of what was we. With passing years all paths diverge, rivers rambling onward surge. One source behind old memories, but find their ways to different seas. These times are ours for free. We'll tell ourselves these stories older, dwell on warmth, ignore the colder, probably yearn for what could be, rose tinted by youth's memory. So act as though these times ain't fleeting, love still flows, our hearts heart beating. For now ignore fate's destiny, two roads to cross, one's at this tree. Someday these times will all be over. The dew dries on the morning clover. So take my hand beneath the tree.
Lagi halo Selin, welcome. Thank you for coming. Selamat siang.
These times are ours for free.
Bagus lagunya.
Someday these times will all be over. The dew dries on the morning clover. So take my hand beneath the tree and carve your name with me. These times are ours for free.
Oke. Kayaknya tadi ada yang lupa aku cari deh. Ah. Aha. 잠깐만요. Hi. A highly unusual corporate arrangement named after Clancy Edward Roottrees. Okay. Clancy Edward Roottrees. Elias' son. Head lawyer. Okay, due to its unique nature, it's often brought up in online discussion about financial matters and inheritance as an oddity. The company mandates that a fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. An account is created for each blood relative at birth and first accessible when they reach 18. The actual numbers have never fully been disclosed to the public. But due to the ever-increasing success of the company, it is a significant amount of money. The clan's trust is known for being essentially impossible to get around due to many checks and balances written into it. Still, there have been few situations in which family members have tried to forcibly remove another member from the trust. Most details online are pretty vague since the matters are handled internally. The only information you discover is from a university law school, which apparently had a guest lecture talk about, the Roottrees versus RR in 1940. While looking to the clan trust, you often find mention to the 5-piece guarantee, which went to the effect of the same time. Okay, coba. Clancy Edward. The tree versus R. It's an abbreviation for Modern Music Monthly, a magazine from the 40s to the early 80s. It went out of business due to high competition from much more major publication. 그래서 Jim. Wait, let me just what's his name? Clark Bertie. A section of the magazine called Skip It or Flip It has short, pithy blurbs about new records. An album called This Times is listed under the Skip It column with the following. These items: a new single from GG and GD, Clark Rafferty, Jim Roottrees, and two of the LaRock sisters. Amateur's folk style songwriting is catchy at times, but ultimately doesn't do anything new. Okay, Mamma Mia. Wait. Wait. This one. Granddad's always very particular as I'm the oldest. Berarti kira-kira ya. Oke, kita kira-kira dulu. Berarti NG yang ini kan? Berarti NG tree. Cangkem mah. Ini NG dari mana, guys? Ya udah dikira-kira. Oke. Orang terakhir, Miracle Junior. Kita cari. Starlet. Starlet was a magazine that started with the colorization of film and went until around 1964. Generally, it was tabloid with a focus on famous actors and actresses. It didn't much go into any other aspect of filmmaking or okay. Starlet. Siapa sih namanya? Gwen. Aha. Yay. Hold on. Okay. Gwen Roottrees was often in Starlet. Most mentions were around the time of her divorce in 19... Oh my god. Kamu, is this the tea? The divorce? Apakah ini, guys, gosip terpanasnya? Wait. Okay. Divorce in 1958. ex-husband is Will Bell Williams. Okay. The gossip is speculative and full of tabloid stereotypes. Some of it focuses on the fact that when she announced her divorce, she also announced she was pregnant again. Others mention that the rumor is wild. It's Wild Bill had multiple affairs. Oh my god. Selengki dong! Which left her heartbroken. There is also an interview from earlier in mid-1957 where she was asked about her last name. She answered, "The power of a name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of family names and honoring them. My father decided to bless me with a famous name. There is nothing wrong with Cornwall. Okay. So her name originally was siapa sih? Queen Cornwall. Okay. But Roottrees has power. My husband similarly goes by Wild Bill. It's an infamous name he repurposed for himself because he didn't have the benefit of being born with a famous one. But Wild combined with the alliteration Williams is incredible memorable. Although we've relocated to Paris, I know your readers love to keep up with my husband. So consider this a Starlet exclusive about both of us. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way, and we're sticking with Roottrees for the last name, not Williams. But we also plan to lean into alliteration. That's how we'll honor both of our family names for the next generation." Okay. Mamma mia. Cornwall. Okay, Wild Bill. Wild Bill Williams. Okay. Ooh. You'll find some information on a website about old films that are not... Okay. Wild Bill Williams was the leading man of some non-notable movies in the 1950s. He appeared in an adventure movie called Fortune Favors the Grave, which has yet to be released for home audiences. You don't find any additional information about that film. He was known for his good looks and off-screen romance, especially with blondes. He was married 4 different times to 4 different actresses. Oh my god, this guy! There's famous Hollywood rumor that he even approached Marilyn Monroe at a party and that she was already aware of his reputation. Grew up in Paris, France. He returned there often. Okay. My god. Okay, let's go with Miracle Jr. Okay, Miracle Jr. doesn't go by his full name in promotional materials. Instead, he has shortened it to Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. is a televangelist. Okay, is a televangelist who is part of the Miracle Network. Miracle Network. Okay. He used to have a show that aired on local access across many nations in the northeastern United States. According to a website called Clergy Watch, he was exposed and subsequently charged with conspiracy to defraud the public in 1979. When he claimed to heal some in a wheelchair, a news expose revealed it was his wife, Edith's sister in a disguise. The author also mentioned that Edith has had a bit of a checkered past herself but doesn't clarify. He has since lost his television show and instead goes on tour across the southern United States, where he was not well known before the scandal. Okay, well, what is his name? Miracle Network. Okay, you find a website for the Miracle Network, a production company run by the Miracle Roottrees estate. It's quite bare bones but has the following blurb. Witness the testimonies of the Miracle Rootree. Okay. Miracle Rootree arrived so late in his mother's life that doctors swore he won't survive his first year. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. He was younger than his brother and sister by over 14 years. Okay. Berarti dia the youngest. Roottrees. With a birth that late, the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart by countless health problems. But still, with the power of God on his side, he persevered. He triumphed over this complication and even regained his sight to spread the healing word of the Almighty. To the Israel, Miracle Rootree Jr. arrived and became the famous family's second vessel for the higher power. At 18, he unburdened himself from the Rootree name and took his father's testimony to a whole new level. Via the power of television, Miracle Jr. spread the gospel across the entire of New England. He has since left the life of glamour and glitz behind to reach those places that need it most. Okay. Okay. His wife Nicole. Okay. Wife name is Nicole. Okay, you're the flare fuels. It comes from world famous and gets stopped billing. Who are? Oh, it's not his wife. There is 3 Miracle Rootree. Are you serious? Okay, so just Richard? Oh, wait. Apparently, his son is Miracle Rootree and grandson is Miracle Third. Wait. Okay, with the spirit of the Lord in the preacher kan berarti ini. Testimony and special parents from Miracle Rootree. Okay. Ah, oke. Aha. Is that and son. Oke, miracle tart ya. Miracle tart. Nope, oke. Nicole. Third youth pastor. Wait, cells. Nothing, okay. Cells. Oke, berarti ini Elias Junior Architect. Wait. Ah. Marco. Okay. Miracle. Nothing. Wait, Ah. Wait. Alias, wait. Okay, good hint. An old book offers in one of the diary and this. Okay. Wait. Apa sih nama bukunya? Aku lupa. Shall buckle my heart. Wait. Wait, wrong. Aha. Berarti, oh ya. Nggak ada ya. Do you have any? Oh, ya. Romance in a court. About the other blurb mentioned she had inspiration from one of her brother concealed lectures on the Middle Age. Tapi nggak nemu loh, tadi udah dicari. Wait, berarti mana? Oh ini. Berarti ini ntar aku nggak tahu Clancy yang mana, tapi ini Clancy. Jatuh. Aku kok nggak yakin ya. Do we have other hint? Udah. Oh. Iya kan udah ini. Anaknya 2 kan ya? Coba 5 pieces ya. Grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon. Wait. Okay. Okay, I wish I had been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Okay. Architect, preachers, and lawyers. Okay. of the firstborn 5 piece. Berarti firstborn 5 piece tuh cewek, karena anaknya kayaknya nggak pakai surname Roottrees. Okay, why Sam? And you summon all the next chance to secret. Okay. Miracles boys. Okay. Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy. Let's hear at the reception. Francis where he saw some working alongside the farm hands. Ellie. Wait. Ellie. Let's see. Aduh. Clancy. Oh ini Gwendolyn. Wait. Gwendolyn Roottrees. Hah? Gwendolyn. Do you have anything? Apa sih namanya? Aku lupa namanya. Rafferty. Atau buku yang satunya, sabar. Yang kemaseyo. Buku yang satunya. Hai. out of print. Oh. According to a website. Okay. Clancy. Bentar. Ya. Former President, he seemed darkly pursued Roottrees. Okay, he was apparently very successful, but not so much as a public figure. He was rarely seen in public. Okay. Diamond. Aha! Okay, Diamond's Dazzlers is the name of the official fan club for Jim and Diamond. You find a forum post called Cool Things You Got in the Mail on random forum about video games. One replay mentions that Jim and Diamond still send out a Christmas card every year to Diamond's Dazzlers. It's accompanied by some pictures as well as some mystery about the fan club. Apparently, even though it's no longer available to join, Jim and Diamond still honor it themselves personally. There is a fierce debate in the subsequent posts about whether that's cool or pathetic. Amongst the picture of Christmas card from over the years, only one is relevant. The card from 1996 included picture of Jim and Diamond's young son Wolf, as well as note about his daughter's band, the Roottrees. Okay, Wolf. All-female punk band operating out of New York City. They're mentioned in passing in an online review from earlier this year. Apparently, they were the opening act for the band the reviewer actually came to see. The reviewer writes that she normally doesn't review the opening act, but this one was unusual. Okay, this trio was extremely cagey about their identity. The reviewer asked the venue who they were, and she was told they were rumored to be children of other famous musicians and didn't want that to be why they become popular. The reviewer also mentioned that for an underground and unknown band with absolutely no following, their equipment was all extremely expensive, and not only were they selling CDs, but they only cost $1. They probably were losing a fortune. The reviewer said although she bought a copy, she would be unlikely to ever listen to any of it again, except maybe Beef Baby, the 7th track. There is no picture of the Roottrees performing live, but the cover from the city they were sailing Conquistador has been added to your evidence. Okay. Where? Okay, a CD from a band called the Roottrees that is only available at their live shows. Candy, Nikki, Nina. I found a picture from Jim and Diamond of the description said it included a picture of his son Wolf. Okay. Berarti Candy, Roottrees. Named. Of and her daughter named Candy. Pasta. Berarti ini Clancy ya. Alias coba Jim, a senior cousin, real name James Roottrees. Mr. Morden. Oh, wait. Gwendolyn alias Clancy Edward. Coba ya. Gwen. Housewife nggak sih? Dengan siapa? Cangkem Maseo. Morden. Cangkem Maseo. Elias Junior itu arsitek. Zach. Oh, cangkem Gwendolyn Morden. Clancy lawyer. Aku bener. Aku speedrun story Black Beacon demi gacha. Semangat Mbak Lon. Wah, lah aku bener. Kaget, Buya.
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes. But I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Roottrees reunion. I also found some important-looking papers.
잠깐만요.
You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
9 lagi. I'm okay. Let's go. 잠깐만. Modern. Salah. Where is Lauren? Author. Jacob. Okay. Clark. Singer. Artist. Daniel. 잠깐만 세요. Oke, dia yang ini. Wait. Aku lupa tadi urutannya apa. Margo. Housewife. Oke. Booyah. Finally. Williams. Wild. Bill. Okay. We're getting there, people. Okay. From birth. Oke. Berarti ini bener kan? Oke. Ya, Williams. Halo Williams, welcome. Enggak, kan nama belakangnya Williams, jadi saya dari tadi nyari nama Williams nggak ada. Serasa kayak detektif asli, otakku kayak udah masih on sampai tengah malam. Ayo kak, ini aku ketagihan bisa sampai malam loh guys, serius. Okay, this photo has a note attached from your employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water damage picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Written on the back of the photo is, couldn't make the reunion. Wishing you well from Paris, Gwen and the boys. The free spirits and the free spirits. Nothing at page. Okay, this photo was tucked inside an envelope with a letter beneath the candle in the corner of his office. The letter says, to Carl and Brenda. I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible. And Ernie, more than anyone else on earth, knew how busy your job can be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours. Right. If you'd like to pay your respects, though it's not expected for those outside of the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you three did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. As for myself, it is impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. Though we caught it too late for him to get on the donor list, the company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. It went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was not confidence that it happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. We could never have done that without the two of you fighting for us. Much love, Debbie. Okay. After some time, they returned with new resources, a photo of Carl's generation, taken in the mid to late 1970s, as well as some papers and mail from his office. They then said they had a bit more to share after 9 more blood relatives. How many faces is this? Oh my god. I am dying. Okay, let me just... Okay, this photo has a note attached from your employer. Every 20 or so years, the Roottrees would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is the one from 70s and Carl's the teenager in the middle. Sorry about the water damage, a pipe burst in Carl's office. On the back of the photo, in childish print writing, it says November. There are also a large number of cursive signatures. They include Boney, next President Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Carlin, Gwyneth M., Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim Rootree, Clark, Carl and Ellie M. Lelelelelelelelelelelele. Okay. Ini udah semua tinggal Jim ya. God help me. 잠깐만요. Whew. Okay, this was buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his inbox. It had a handwritten note attached that seemed personal. It is a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butler County Times about her campaign. Okay, Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love. And now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply, love is our future. The handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. CM. CM te dare desu ka? Well, we have something about Ernie Jr. Shifa candle? No. Well, we could start with Guy Hudson. Why is this family so messy? Kenapa sih? Akhirnya something long. Oh. Apakah kalian tahu susah apa nyari bacaan panjang? Kalau pendek rasanya kayak nggak ada harapan, guys. Oke. Fancy flavors. Adding fancy flavor to 5-piece product. Okay, president of Roottrees. Okay, president of Roottrees after Zach. Okay. Wait. That means okay. In an attempt to cater more towards what he thought the average person wanted, Guy looked at his own wealth, which was often source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea that if they added fancy flavors to 5 pieces, anyone could live like the wealthy. This philosophy led to a flavor in 5 pieces that was meant to mimic caviar. 5 pieces sold less that year than it had any other year except in some foreign markets. It was very quickly announced that caviar was meant to be a limited flavor and would go back to normal as soon as possible. Wait. Hiya. Wait. But I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the four of us stand together. Stand together. There is. That's them. Okay. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. Berarti Gwen nggak ada di sini ya. Berarti ini semua anaknya Clancy. The one here. Wait. Wait. Oh iya benar kan lawyer. Wait, Chotomate kudasai. Let me just salah pencet mulu, nyebelin. Hai. Clancy itu apa sih ini? Clancy Junior. Lah Clancy nggak ada ya? Lama. Ya karena katanya semuanya kan housewife ya. Booyah.
You're listening to
Kaget.
It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottrees' belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the Roottree family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTD News. Again, that's WRTD.
Thank you. Not long before they were set to return, you heard something odd on WRTD radio. The photo you were given may have been stolen from Carl's office. The newscaster mentioned you could search online for WRTD to find out more. Okay. Okay. The RTD News is your local investigate jazz radio station. Let me just highlight. Okay. Local investigative jazz radio station. During their news segments, they have been talking about the plane crash. This most recent hour, they also talk about the picture taken from Carl's office after the plane crash and promise an interview online with a psychologist. During the interview, it's revealed there wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, also goes on to posit the culprit it had an alternate agenda. We're not going to be kita nggak akan jatuh dalam masalah kan karena kita menyelidiki ini. Specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have it in their possession. A comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the Roottrees curse being a real true thing. I bet you Carl was murdered and the picture had evidence on it." What? Ini dari tadi kayaknya pakai gut feeling ya masanginnya. Enggak juga sih. Tadi lihat dari kan si Lauren nulis namanya tuh pakai itu. Pakai apa namanya? Pakai nickname. Terus nama-nama flavornya kan dari nama 5 anaknya Elias itu ya. Jadi aku coba ya iya sih gut feeling dari situ aja. Okay, wait. There's a long rambling conspiracy website with a very small, very red text on a black background that says that the Roottrees are cursed. It has been very recently updated with the following important update with Carl and Brenda and their girls. That makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the Roottrees company have died mysteriously. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk diver. Roottrees presidents died mysteriously. Guy hit by drunk driver. Ernie Matson Jr. Step down. Carl plane crash. There's another entry that claims if you connect the dots, in the pattern of the 5 pieces wrapper, it creates a Mayan Rabbi school, a secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. Okay. Mayan Rabbi school. The post before that has linked to a site that talks about how Earth has 4 corners simultaneous 4-day time cups. The author of this site seems to agree. An entry from a few months ago claims that the owner of the site received an email from Chris Rav75 at prodigy.us asking him to take down his site with fake proof that Ernie Madsen Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows that the proof was fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. It takes one to know once. The first entry is from 1996 and has a blurry picture of the Roottrees Candy Company factory, seemingly taken by the website author from behind a fence and through some trees. It seems that Operation RT29. I witnessed a helicopter land on February. Website all image Thomas Overwood. Thomas Overwood. Ooh, the tea is getting hot. What conspiracy theory do we have now? You find more conspiracy websites. Some people out there claim that the Roottrees are changing the candy recipe to include more and more chemicals. Oh my god. The tea is hot. And that this was done in cooperation with bad actors from an unknown government. They claim that due to a loophole in the calendar, it is possible to get away with nearly any crime on a leap day, so long as it isn't discovered until after the day is over, and that every 4 years on a leap year, the Roottrees Company hosts a meeting with foreign agents to conspire to poison our children. Ooh! They're proof that Roottrees candies contain polyglycerol, polyphenolate, an ingredient of the candy that wasn't there when it first released. They claim it is added in an attempt to addict people and eventually induce mind control. The website claims to sell pills that counteract this effect for children that have already eaten Roottrees candy in the past. You do an additional search for and it seems to be an emulsifier in chocolates approved by the FDA and widely used across many products. Okay. Thomas Overwood seemed to have a few different sites about mysterious deaths and curses. In addition to the Roottrees curse website, you also find one about the truth behind Spirit Cola, which claims that Spirit really stands for Satan's Pledge is returning in 2000. Okay. Okay. Okay, this is not important. Wait. Ernie Madsen Jr. We found nothing. Let's... Wait, perasaan tadi udah ada di namanya Wild Bill Williams. Siapa sih namanya? Aku lupa. Ini dia. Throughout the magazine lifespan with stories and gossip about who had been seen with public blondes mostly, three specific passage stands out. The first mentioned, one of his first role was under his name, Walter Forsyth. Okay. What Walter for? Aha. Continue on. The second is an interview, although he doesn't mention her by name. He determined from context he's talking about Queen Roottrees. An apology to all ladies. I'm actually taken earlier this year. I did a friend a favor. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. Wouldn't you know it? That son of a cut me from the picture. I'm just ribbing. It wasn't his fault. Apparently, the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. I got the last laugh though. I met someone. She spent most of the film crying. She was playing a soldier's wife. But even through the tear, she was incredible. I know I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. I only have eyes for her. Ironically, the third is a rumor that his divorce from Gwen was due to multiple affairs. Katanya cuma cinta sama dia tapi multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwen arguing in public while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after Gwen announced she was divorcing Wild Bill and also that she was pregnant, giving this rumor more credibility. Pregnant again. Oh, Stephanie Jones. Aha. You learned from an election result page that Stephanie Jones, a candidate for... Okay, wait. Candidate for City Council won her campaign on election day about a month ago. You find no mention of Roottrees in any articles about her. Stephanie is also Stephanie also has a very bare bones website for her campaign. It is simply a picture of her campaign mailer, and underneath it says, "Be sure to read the full article in Butler County Times." Okay. Campaign. Stephanie Jones. Okay. The most mention of Stephanie Jones is a small report detailing the election results from last month's election. Stephanie apparently won her election. You also find the full version of the newspaper clipping on the back of the campaign mailer. While most of it is unimportant, you do find the following. Okay. Born Stephanie Landon. Marriage to Brian Jones. Butler County her whole life. Okay. Grew up in a home without a father with my mother and her partner. I essentially had an entirely female influence. Though she is distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother, Carolyn, a local artist who has appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times in the past. Her mother name is Carolyn. Has often come out opposed to the corporation policies regarding deforestation of indigenous trees to expand their maple farms. Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. Okay. Carolyn. A lot of Carolyn Jones. Wait. Stephanie London. Dapat. You find a cover story about local art installation, including one by Carolyn Morden. Wait. Okay. This isn't much about Carolyn as a person. This is mostly a listing of art in Butler County. She seems to get top of billing. Accompanying the story, there is image of Carolyn standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It is captioned Carolyn standing next to her sculpture Atlantis Burden. This sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book, Self-Portrait Art. Okay, right. Book titled Self-Portrait Art and the Beauty of Woman. Okay. According to a quote further down, Atlantis Burden is meant to symbolize society split by indecision over whether women should be equal or something to protect. The picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. Okay. Oh. Oh, Publish 27. Black and white pictures of Carolyn art. The centerpiece is a series of full-color nude self-portraits at different ages. Okay. In the intro, Carolyn talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation, and in her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn, her sister's name is Gwendolyn, okay, and cousin named Boney gave up on dreams to settle for boring man. She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. Their marriages led her to double down on her passion, art, and the environment. She even married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. She comes out strongly against the Roottrees company's effect on the local environment, and rues how she was not able to convince her father, Zach. Her father is a Zach to make change to policy. She also explained that her marriage to Mark, her husband is Mark, okay, led to the most volatile moments in her life, all negative, and that the only good thing he ever gave her was a daughter. Leaving them all behind for good has pushed her to pursue her true love, art, and the beauty of woman. Okay. Ini stuck ya. Wait, let me just in case. Carolyn Morden. Wait, let me just. Karena ini kan di split up kan. Do we have a picture? I don't think so. Carol. Artist. Oh, ini Gwendolyn. Gwen. Housewife. Mark. Is it Stephanie? Wait. Stephanie Jones, Brian. Here you are. The image that accompanied a story about local art in the Butler County Times. It's captioned, Carolyn standing next to the sculpture. The sculpture is one of the many works. Okay. Wait. Mm-mm. Ntar. Geometry. Wait. Wait. Couldn't make the reunion. Wishing you well from Paris, Gwen and the boys. Berarti anaknya 2 cowok ya. Okay, let's see here. November. Roottrees. Nothing. Guy Hudson. Ernie Jr., Carolyn, Gwendolyn, Gwyneth, Miracle Jr., berarti Ellie Madsen. Okay. Wait. No. I just want to see. Okay, it's to pursue paths of knowledge. Bob seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take his department once he retires. Okay. Berarti lawyer nggak sih? Edward lawyer. Aku masih sebel, aku mau mabuk teh aja. Ayo mabuk teh. Oke. Booyah. Yes.
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it,
Are you sure about that?
but I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed.
Borong nga to. Minjem katanya.
I'm a Roottrees.
Okay.
I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of. If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more in person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
15 guys. Well, I'm having fun, so yeah. So he's not a lawyer. Berarti ini. Which one is you? Ha. Wait. Tomate. Wait, better. Wrote many great reviews article for Mother Music Monthly. You don't see anything relevant anywhere in the first few phase results, and there are too many results to look through them. Aha! A review and interview from 1979 titled A Reluctant Hitmaker, Jim Goes Into His First Band. Until a few years ago, Diamond and I were in with my cousin and his ex. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. Okay, as a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters. So, the four of us had sort of cutesy family band thing going on. Not our finest hour, regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed, with her younger sister, everything exploded. No more family band. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then, we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told rolling is like that, but that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. That made him laugh, but I'm trying to make art. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. For most of the decade, he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started rapper tunes. Okay. And he's a much better jingle writer than songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. That's also how my father was connected to Roottrees. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player. But I was never interested. I just went straight for the music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. Refer tunes. Advertising firm. Advertising firm. There is an about page and you find a picture labeled the inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign. Below that is more detail. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children. And when his wife was trying to get his youngest Katrina. Okay. They're named Katrina. To calm down the picture, he had an idea of the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. Okay. Okay. You found this photo on the Refertunes website. It was labeled the inspiration for the famous ad campaign. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children, and while his wife was trying to get Katrina to calm down for the picture, he had the idea. Okay. Buset, cerai 2 kali. Hah. Wait. Lelelele. Oh, Jane. Oke. Daniel. Way down in the cartoon section of her biology is mentioned she got her start as a young girl when she was Jane LaRoux of the Lucky LaRoux. Ooh. It also mentioned to only contact her agent in the event that you actually wish to hire her, and that any and all inquiries about her past or her sister would be ignored. In an article 1968, you find small section focusing on young upcoming talent that Modern Music Monthly predicts will make it big. It has this say about the LaRoux. The LaRoux sisters got their start doing session work for their great uncle's record label. If you remember any songs from 1960, 1965 that featured the voices of kids, they were probably involved. Back then, they were credited as the Lucky LaRoux. Now that he's passed, they move on to bigger and better ventures and are going by their full names. Diamond and Jane have been touring with some famous faces. Ever heard of the Roottrees and are looking to release an album sometime in the next year. Youngest Kim is about to step into the prominent role on Broadway, taking over for one of the children in Oliver. Wait. Path of knowledge. Oh. Oke. Buyah. Jim, a singer. Do we have a singer here? Nope. Oh, musician. So is this a professor too? Student? Musician. Wait, la 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 la. My brothers also him to pursue paths of knowledge. Sore, halo Kak Catherine, selamat sore. Welcome. Lagunya slow ya, enak buat santai asli, tapi otakku lagi. Oke. Adakah petunjuk? Ah. Okay, thank you. X marks. According to the back of the book, this is a buried treasure by Lauren Roottrees and from the author of Court series. It also says to keep an eye out of Lauren Roottrees' next book, revisiting the diary 10 years later. Okay. Akhirnya something. Udah sampai mana nih berasa main board game bro, lapar Makan bro, Kagia fokus mode on. Udah ngopi Kagia dikit tadi. I can do this. Come on. This was a version of Lauren Roottrees' diary released in 1975. Unlike the original diary, it contains no pictures but has many new passages that reflect on her thoughts 10 years later. On major events happened between releases that changed Lauren's outlook on certain subjects. The death of Ilias, a summer of the fallout, has been added to your notes, as well as some other selected page. Doko! Wait. Oh. Akhirnya. The new diary opens with an explosive incident that happened in the decade between the release and re-release of Lauren's diary. Elias Roottrees had died, and during the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read aloud. Samantha Roottrees. Okay. Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance, he had stipulation that she retain the rights to run the farm and any and all decisions related to it. Okay. It was then that the scandalous secrets come out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. She had been told her parents that apparently Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen. Ooh. The tea is getting hot. Okay. Patricia and Elias Jr. harbored a secret. Oh, Elias Jr. She became pregnant, and after the birth, her father refused to let her see Elias Jr. ever again. Her baby Samantha was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. Okay. Patricia was married off. Illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. Hid her away with local farmhand AC. Okay. Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. That was the end of that. None of the next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. After Patsy's husband died, she reunited with Elias Jr., and they finally married in their 50s. Okay, Lauren mentioned the wedding in her first diary without knowing Patsy's history. Ellie Jr. had never taken another lover. Lauren, ever the romantic, quite appreciated this. When Patsy and Ellie Jr. finally married, Elias decided Sam should have been a Rootree in the first place, even though she was not part of the clan's trust. He wanted to include her family affairs. That was what led Lauren initially entry entitled Sam. Okay. Wait. This is the page additional notes and context from, okay. It's a companion piece to the entry about Sam. Clearly, I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Rootree. All of my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been the sister figure Gwen never was. Lauren really hates Gwen. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own way. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. Okay. Ernie. It has been a long time since any real Rootree was as excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. Wait. What I'm ashamed of is not figuring it all out myself. Sam's a spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. She doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, of course. But I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that farm's operation would pass to Samantha Rootree. For as long as she was willing, I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam would receive any candy money, after all, and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met AEC in person, but Pop once referred to him a confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. I'm not sure Sam will ever forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for abandoning her to that life. If I were her, I might have never forgive them either. But even so, she seems to blame more than just the two of them. She has no problems with us next gens, but she has a palpable hatred for the Five Pieces and Elias and Gwyneth. What is EC? Okay, this is a page additional notes and context from the 1975 10 years anniversary re-release of Lauren's diary. It is a companion piece to the entry about her son, Clark. Okay, reading this back, I get deja vu. As I write this addendum, Clark's gotten married again. No Rootree has ever married. Sure, I lost Jacob and Gwen divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Not even I can blame her for that. I've seen what he gets up to in Starlet. But neither of us ever took a second husband. Oh my god. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in this family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows LEC stepped up and helped more than I can say for Clancy or Edward. Elsie particularly raised Clark and Jim as brothers. Ellie Clance. Whenever he could. Ellie's marriage seems fine and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock. So, who knows what causes these things? I suspect that he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. Without her, he'd be the third wheel, and I imagine they won't last long as a trio. But still, I don't think a marriage on such a shaky foundation like that can last, and Lord knows I was right last time. Okay, the biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are. And I get it, there are 4 Alice for Pete's sake, but that's how it is. Someone would say I saw Ellie in town, and I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin. That's why they become Uncle Junior or Miracles Ellie or Ellie C. Our family names were always unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honor those in the last. His father and Grandma Gwynette's brother were named Edward and Clancy. So now you see where my pop's name came from. One thing that always been consistent in our family though is that anytime someone's a junior, there's always the firstborn son that goes for Miracle, Ellie, or even Clancy with the women. However, it all goes out the window. I think Gwendoline got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Ellie's mother. Okay. Well, women's names tend to get all mixed up as the generation went on. I guess that's because there's no female equivalent of junior. So if you're reading my diary and confused, you're not alone. Even the government had problems. I remember once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy Roottrees. I had to break the news they got my father's name backwards. Apparently, this is the first thing she could find that she ever wrote. She knows it was for a school assignment about anger, and she believes, based on the teacher's name, she must have been in the 3rd grade. She doesn't exactly remember the events spelled out there, but she does remember getting in trouble. I got angry when I met a new girl who I do not like. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home in town, and she hugged him. When I told her he was my Pop, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her, and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad?" What? How many affairs do these people have? She screamed it loud in my ear. She was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing. So I pushed her too. Then I got in trouble. Then Pop took her away. He told me, "Don't worry, I'm glad she is gone." What the heck is happening here? Okay. Let me just. Ini penjahatnya 1 sampai tamat atau ada penjahat baru siap-siap tereka? Kayaknya mah nggak ada penjahat. Kita cuma disuruh itu doang, memecahkan silsilah keluarga. Yang benar aja ini ada berapa perselingkuhan ya Tuhan? One important thing from an early age is that dreams are not outside of our grasp. My grandpa was a college professor. Udah toh. Who taught lectures about history. He always told me that history was full of people from famous families who wasted their fame and fortune by taking it for granted. Instead, he told me I should go out and use my name to accomplish something. I think he may have practiced that lecture a lot because I have other people in my family that have also made the Roottrees name famous for things besides candy. His older sister even wrote a book that some of my friends tell me they had to read in school. I took his advice and now I work with my mom designing clothing. I help decide what colors and patterns I want to model. Okay, although my grandpa passed away earlier this year, Grandma Laura tell me he was... okay. So what are you? Wah, bener. Enggak, kita detektif Kak Mondi, kita bukan penjahat. Hah. Buyah. Oke. Oh, wait, Ernie President. For salah. Okay, Hudson. Okay. Oh, Brother Trouble. Okay. Wah. Tommy, Mark, Sheridan, and Dustin, Christopher Baker. A single mother, Penelope Tessa. A 1989 sitcom about two 16-year-old brothers the same age, played by Tommy Mark Sheridan and Dustin Christopher Baker. Their single mother, played by stand-up Penelope Tessa Green, often had to navigate her job as a magazine columnist as magazine columnists, as well as the troubles that comes with raising two boys who were extremely competitive in sports, academics, and even romantic pursuit of their next neighbor, Rosie. The showrunner was a small screen director, Ron Roottrees. The show had strong writing through the entirety of season 1, rocketing both Sheridan and Baker to instant stardom, mostly amongst the teenage girls demographic. However, it was cancelled in 1991 midway through the second season due to significant drop-off in ratings. Around a Roottrees. Screen the director, head of RR Productions. He directed episode of the few other shows before showrunning and creating the one-hit Brother Trouble. Cancel partway. RR Productions. Even comment on Unsnat board stating that Brother Trouble ended up being an iconic name, considering the rumor about our production run and as brother Robbie Roottrees. Okay. Robbie Roottrees. In a comment thread on a message board about television cliches, you find a thread called "Why was Brother Trouble cancelled?" Okay. I think it's because the writing went really downhill in season 2. They actually had an episode where Roxy was addicted to sniveling markers. Maybe it's due to the rumor about Robbie Roottrees in Silver Screen magazine. Hollywood Insider magazine, focusing less on actors and actresses and more about nitty-gritty of writing, directing, costuming, set design, film promotion, and other elements of filmmaking. It ran from 1983 to 1993. It was bought by a bigger, more recognizable magazine a few years ago, and the website now redirects to the new magazine. The new magazine doesn't appear to have any relevance to your case. Oke, bentar ya guys, aku kamar mandi dulu. Oke, Kak Gia habis selesai sidang rencana langsung kerja nggak Kak? Aku sih pasti cari kerjaan dulu ya, kayaknya langsung deh kalau bisa dapat kerja langsung. Oke, small rumors article from 1992 that claims that self-taught television screenwriter is a television screenwriter. Robbie Roottrees was allegedly tried and convicted under the name Robert in a French court of law. It seems he, again allegedly, embezzled from the company RR Production to fuel a gambling habit that left him hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. Ngutang dia guys. He then fled to Paris, where he grew up, and then Silver Screen continues to insist this is all very much allegedly, assaulted an officer who came to question him. The article's authors say they were unable to get a statement from French authorities, but received information from any anonymous source and were able to confirm through public record that there was a trial involving a Robert Roottrees around the time that Brother Trouble was cancelled. Robert Roottrees. Okay. Article about Ron Roottrees from 1984 entitled "Don't Blame Nepotism, He Gets Results." After finding some small screen success, first as the director for many soap opera episodes, and then stepping in as the showrunner to turn around, a few struggling productions, Ron has decided to start his own television production company. Ron was born in the US but grew up in Paris with his once famous mother and his brother Robbie. He gobbled up American cinema whenever he could, and when he was old enough to return to Hollywood to attend the film school. He brings a special kind of charisma and an eye for unusual shots, particularly when it comes to comedy. Those he's worked with have gone on record as saying he's an attentive director who can work with actors to make sure the timing of a joke lands perfectly. Ron plans to pitch new shows to major television studios as soon as 1986. Until then, he plans to find the right project. He has occasionally called upon his younger for script punch-ups and has thought about bringing him into the fold. Okay. Oke, nggak ada hubungannya dengan Roottrees. Oh, right. Penelope Tessa Green is retired comedian. There's a result for the Laugh Lounge, a club. 잠깐만. In Reno that claims Penelope got her stand-up start and first did her famously around breast milk cheese routine in the 80s before she was a TV star on Brother Trouble. The site claims she retired for the birth of her first child, but still makes yearly appearances for fundraisers along doing more family-friendly material. You find a picture labeled Joke O Lantern as well as a different picture labeled Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets. Okay. Comics, there is a 2-drink minimum and $0 policy for heckling every year. Okay. Oh, okay. Comics patrons. Okay. Oof. Yay. Wait, word. Cangkem let me ah. Weh, capek guys, tapi aku enjoy. Buyah. Buyah. Lu apa sih knowledge? Picture. Ah. Wilson, completely bogus. Ada. Dr. Stephen Wilson is a pediatrician who practices north of Pittsburgh. Although there are a lot of Stephen Wilsons and Dr. Wilsons, this one apparently found a way to game the search results as he pops to the top every time. His website claims that he is the pediatrician to the stars. The only evidence for this is that he apparently was the doctor to the Roottrees sisters. There is a picture of him on his website as well as a picture of his 3 children. The 3 of them look as though the photographer was holding them hostage. Regardless, the photos have been added to your evidence. There is also a quote that, although credited to his child Jason, you suspect might not be written by a 10-year-old. My dad is the best dad in the entire world, and he treats every patient with world-class care. He will treat your children like he would me, my big brother or my sister. Okay. What? Where? Oh. Jason. The picture. Okay. Where's the other one? Okay, Steve Wilson. Wilson. Hi. Jason. Baby? Oh, 10-year-old. Well, then he is a baby. Guy Hudson, along with his twin sister, are not strangers to the public when it comes to Roottrees snacks. They both appeared in the company advertisements as children during the Boys and Girls Agree. Okay. Wait, era. Now Guy is taking over the Roottrees company at the end of the year. Who would have known that one of those two adorable red hats arguing over everything but chocolate would grow up, take over the whole company. Guy's uncle and currently president Zachariah has decided to take an early retirement to focus on traveling the world with his wife. Zach was quoted as saying, "Now that our daughters have started families of their own, Clara and I plan to reflect on a life well lived." Guy is new to the business world, but his family. We at Roottrees have faith in his innovative ideas and is eager to share them with the world. We like to think that boys and girls agree that he's ready to success. Okay. Okay, successful campaigns. One of the ads listed in from the late 50s. Boys and Girls Agree. It is a series of television and magazines ads for Roottrees chocolate bars. The ad campaign is described as having the premise that boys and girls are often diametrically opposed, except when it comes to one thing. Both of them agree that Roottrees are their favorite. The first advertisement in the series was the most memorable due to the bright red hair of the boy and girl involved. One of the magazine advertisement had been added to your evidence. Okay. Nothing. Guy Hudson Pony. Coba. Okay. Ernest Jr. Oh, wait, Ernie, Debbie? Nicole. Baby? So this one I call Smith. Richard? No. What are you, a lawyer? I need a hint. Campaign mailer. Oh, Jonas graphic and pens. Okay. Roottrees Candy Company, various banners and posters. Butler County Holiday Lightpost Banner, Miracle Network. Roottrees Motors. What the heck is this? Butler County School Districts. Okay. Okay. Mamma mia. Wolf. Okay, New York City apparently there if you were the trio were extremely picky about their identities. Beef baby. But then there are not the spectacles in it. Could it be an euphemism or about the newborn cow? Perhaps the Blizzes are holding grudge against a toddler? Okay. My father taught me ini dia. Butler Summer Theater performs plays and music during the summer. Makes sense, as it not summer currently. Their website has a thank you messages. Thank you for making our 1999 season such a success. Stay tuned for announcements about performances in 1999. The website lists the credits of a musical, which seemed to be the final show they performed last season. There's a cast list, but none of the names seem relevant. Posters by John and choreography by November Studios. Who are you? They advertise also none. Akhirnya, there's an ad for Roottrees Motors in the paper. It seems Roottrees Motors used to be called Wilkins Motors. Okay. An ad for Roottrees Motors has run in every week's Butler County time for many years, but recently has been changed and include a picture, 3 different unique version. Okay. Doko. Wilkins Mother. Okay. Tessa. Funny noises. Okay. Say that Roottrees Motors has been around for 15 years, is a family business, and also that Tessa Roottrees, their news fixer, learned all there is to know about cars from her Roottrees Motors parents. Who are you? Nope. Okay. Oh, Patricia. The story itself surprisingly like unrelevant details due to the recency of the accident. Police reported that the crash was caused by an unidentified driver who swerved in front of the Hudson's car, causing them to brake hard and veer off the interstates. Guy was somewhat controversial precedent. Foul play is not suspected. There were witnesses who reported that the vehicle which instigated the wreck was speeding, swerving between lines and cutting other drivers off as well for at least 5 or 6 minutes before the tragic accident. One witness say it could have been any one of us who they eventually ran off the road. The aggressor fled after the accident, and the police have few leads other than make and model. For 4 years. Okay. Carl is mentioned in the Butler count 2 times, quite often including an article that also mentioned Ernie Jr. Most of the articles concerning Carl are not important. One announces Carl's marriage to Brenda White. They were both in their early 20s. Another seem even more frivolous. Okay. The article also mentioned Ernie is from when Carl took over as the president of the Roottrees Candy Company from Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. apparently liked to stay out of the spotlight and never appeared in the Butler Country Times other than a few mentioned here and there. Okay. Eh. Iya, udah. Miracle. Ellie. Aduh. Suara Kak Gia, musiknya enak dan rumit juga. Aku bukan tersangka. Udah. Mana sih 3 Generations? Booyah. Hi.
On the phone, I said I owed you an explanation, but I can't reveal everything. Not yet. I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake, so I'll try to explain why.
Yes, please explain.
It's true, I'm working with lawyers, but not the candy company lawyers. My publisher's lawyers. I'm on the verge of releasing a book, and it's not kind to the Roottrees. Especially Elias and the 5 Pieces. The truth often isn't. But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy. So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story. If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me.
Saya dibayar banyak nggak,
To my
Bu?
story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it. It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in. Also, there are fewer Roottrees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination. It's also harder to verify when you're right. You'll need 4 blood relatives before they lock from here on out. I don't have any more evidence for you, but trust your intuition. If something has a high number, it's not a mistake. You're getting closer and closer to the truth. I look forward to seeing you soon.
Are you kidding me? Nicole. Oh, ini yang Nicole. Okay. Ah. Nanggung nggak sih? Udah mau habis ini, habisin aja nggak sih? Okay. You find a simple page called The Art of Repartee, copyright 1997, on Prodigy that lists the author's email address, I guess, yes. Below a bunch of gifts that say under construction, there are a few pieces. The first is painting caption, me and my fiance Lulu. Okay, a painting I did for my first year of college that I plan to give her when we get married, May. Go Tartans. There is art college called Cousins, which seem to be made up of 3 scrambled image. The accompanying artist statement says, we had to create a piece of art about our family. I asked as many of my extended family of cousins for their pictures as I could. Even some I've never met. Only a few of them got back to me. And my teacher said I wasn't allowed to use pictures of Reina, Riley, or Rose. So I had to get creative and use only my third cousins. This includes Davy, he swims for Yukon, and Bethany's yearbook picture. She's Davy's younger sister, and Stephanie, who is an only child. Christ's artwork has been added to your evidence, but the cousins' photos will need to be unscrambled before you can use them. You've downloaded a new application, Pixpop, to edit. Okay. There is an art college called Cousins, which seems to yet an extra family. Only a few. Davy, Bethany, Stephanie has been editor of it, but the cousin photos will need to be unscrambled. Ah. Oh. Ayo, 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 ayo. I don't know what else. Nah iya kan, udah kan? Kok nggak ke itu? Baby artist. Wah. Aduh, pusing. Kalau nggak salah. Roottrees Jack, baby. What's your name, baby? Pasti Roottrees juga sih. Tapi Roottrees yang mana? Ini. You are baby. Oh. Buyah. Nah iya kan bener, Roottrees. I am doing my best. college student? Ya bukan itu tadi. Oke. Berarti ini kira bukan baby nggak sih? Dia harusnya 12 juga kalau yang itu 12. Hah. Kemudaan ya berarti saya lihatnya. Buya. Okay, then you are not a baby. What are you, student 2? Dia kan udah lulus ya. Apa dokter juga kah? Kayak bapaknya. Udah menebak-nebak ini guys, kayak udah nggak tahu lagi mau nyari apaan. Atau iya ini cewek, cowok. Ini kan udah bener. Oh ya, bentar kita historinya mana? Ini. Yukon. What is Yukon? University of Connecticut. Also, berarti masih kuliah nggak sih ini orang, belum pro? Ini udah bener berarti. Bethany's yearbook picture, younger sister. Younger. This one? Haya. Atau wait, let me just bentar, kayaknya terbalik nggak sih? Oke, kita baca lagi. Oke. Davy, he swims, and Bethany's yearbook picture, and Stephanie, who is an only child. Oke. Alah. Mati dia guys. Maaf aku banyak diem guys. Aku lagi. Berarti harusnya dia dulu kan ya, karena dia tertua. Ini kalau salah. Pro atlet. Bethany. What are you, college student? Atau dia juga college student? Atau dia masih college. Tadi katanya sih masih college ya. Berarti ini K12. Bentar. Let me just kayaknya ketuker deh ini. Berarti yang kedua kan ini ya. What are you, college? College 12? Doko is you. Wilson Zak. Menebak-nebak saya guys. Okay. So you must be a baby. Who is this? Stephanie? Bentar. Dia kan harusnya Roottrees juga ya. Ini terbalik ya berarti. Sorry. Harusnya kakak duluan. Pantes nggak dibenerin dari tadi. Kakak duluan guys. Mana Candy? Doko is you. Wolf. Baby, I'm trying as best as I can. Berarti ini kalau yearbook harusnya college ya. Nothing happened. What is Stephanie? Ya kan only child? Or atau kamu 12? You are not. Oh ya, bukannya tadi ada yang bilang dia dancer ya? November dancer gitu. November studio. Apa sih namanya? Brian Jones. Siapa sih? Aduh. Brian Jones. Oh ini. So probably a dancer? Ah. Okay, what is it?
To my genealogy genie. If you're reading this, it means you've locked in 49 blood relatives. Congratulations! I knew you could do it. There are 2 more entries on the family tree I'd like you to consider. These last 2 are optional. You can summon me whenever you wish. However, this will end your search and reveal the truth. So make sure you're ready.
Ada di ini nggak sih kalau nggak salah? Bukan. More than who? Ooh. Hmm. Where's Laura? La 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 la. Scandal. Okay. Angelina. Hey. Blech. Erotic twist? What? Doko. Oh, ini. Someone goes by Patch wrote a letter full of innuendo to an unknown gentleman who is clear that she had romantic history with Patch. Is thought by the book's authors to have been Patricia Christensen, a daughter of the owner of Christensen Steel. Her nickname was Pat, and Cho was the first two letters of her last name. Okay, had been in her mid-20s when the letter was written. Was married to an older man of no notable status. This letter was most definitely not to him. There are also a few passages after the steamy bits that mention a daughter, leading Tina Angelina to theorize that this letter was written to the father of a child she hid from the society. The letter ends on a mention of a twisted twin that seemed to evoke imagery from classic literature. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful is it that such beauty was stripped from its rightful fate, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. Left an outcast, forced to life of labor under a wicked relative. It's like something from the start of a children's fable. She deserves not the life he has been sentenced to. I can stand to be apart from you both. Someday I shall return to you, and I pray that he has not corrupted her to know his sins. I swear that on that joyous day, with all of the strength I can muster, I will fight for our child's freedom. Let us pray her fable has a happy ending. Okay. Okay. A local farmhand, easy. I mean, I'm ready aja nggak sih? Atau? Coba. Oh. Hai. Oh.
So, you thought EC was Edward Clancy Roottrees and had a guess for his partner?
Nggak tahu soalnya ada di diarinya
Partial
Lauren.
credit. I'm Sam Madsen, though you know me as Samantha Roottrees. Yep, I got old. The only picture you have of me is from 40 years ago.
Oh.
My book tells the truth about Elias, the 5 pieces, and my parents.
Okay.
Not my biological parents, Elias Jr. and Patsy. My fathers, Edward Clancy Roottrees and John Miller.
Oh. Oh.
By now, you've either read Lauren's diaries, or you're just an incredible guesser.
Well, I read, tapi sebagian besar nebak sih, Mbak.
Lauren was right. I hated the 5 pieces. She just didn't know my full reasoning.
Iya, dia emang tadi di diarinya Lauren bilang dia nggak suka 5
My
pieces.
father, Edward Clancy, was a great man. But his identical twin Clancy and his father, Elias, were not.
Oh. Jadi si Clancy punya kembaran. Wah, nggak masuk ke family tree-nya
At
tadi.
age 16, my father was caught kissing a farmhand.
Ah.
Back then, they wouldn't even acknowledge gay people existed.
Oh.
Having one in the family was unthinkable.
Ah, jadi kayak di itu ya. Di apa namanya? Di disown karena gay.
The same year, I was born. A bastard granddaughter. 2 stains on Elias's perfect family. He decided to fix both.
Jahat juga ya.
They tried to erase Edward Clancy. They even removed his 5 pieces flavor. His name was deemed a dirty word. He became EC.
Ah.
We were sent to the farm, and the 5 pieces did their best to keep the next generation away, to isolate me from family.
Ah.
But Elias couldn't erase us from existence. Laura never realized I was the little girl from her diary.
Ah, apa little girl yang marah-marah ke dia itu ternyata si Samantha.
Who could blame me for being so confused that day? Her father was an exact copy of mine, except without the beard.
Ah.
And while the 5 pieces celebrated a new factory, farmhands did the real work. It's a fluke there's a picture of my father at all. But there he is in the background. The 6th 5 piece.
Ah.
Patsy returned, and things got complicated for Elias. She fought for my freedom, from a life she deemed unworthy.
Ah, oh jadi ini tuh kayak buat nyindir si Elias itu ya?
Elias relented, so long as I never learned the truth or receive inheritance. They knew I'd help my father. At Elias's will reading, I learned part of the truth. The rest I learned at home. I began to hate the 5 pieces. My father made me stay silent. He was worried history would repeat and that his grandchildren would become outcasts. His fears weren't unfounded. As you know, my son Ernie died a few years ago. He had trained to take over as president. But due to family politics, or perhaps hubris, it went to Guy, a real Roottrees. He
Ah.
nearly ruined the company.
Jadi ini tebakanku aja. Jadi beneran si Ernie itu di kematiannya disabotase gitu ya?
When Ernie took over, he saved the operation. Over 13 years, he made the family billions.
Oh.
Ernie earned about $36. They got by on Debbie's salary, but when he fell ill, he couldn't pay his medical bills. His death was my tipping point.
Karena anaknya udah mati, astaga. Jahat juga ya ini Roottrees.
Originally, my book was meant to expose Elias's hypocrisy. Until I started to look into the other dirty laundry.
Oh.
Ron tried to have Robbie removed from the trust, but couldn't. Robbie was a blood relative, even out of wedlock.
Oh.
That sounded familiar. The Clancid Trust that Elias established was designed to secure his family's future. His entire family's future. He couldn't write exceptions in without the whole thing falling apart. My book can definitively prove that Elias was not the paragon of virtue he's heralded as, and that my daughter and granddaughters are just as much family, at least in the eyes of the trust, as anyone else.
Aww.
The Clancid Trust will secure their future. They can decide what to do with their shares. But I'm old, and I'm not in it for the money. The truth has been eating away at me for years. But now, I can set the record straight. Thanks to you. As someone who enjoys searching for the truth, you might understand the power it has. Whitewashing the past to protect the status quo can lead to repercussions in the present and future. I appreciate what you've done for me. You uncovered enough to make a strong case. If and when the truth is fully accepted, my share of the Clancid Trust is yours.
Are you sure? I mean, we did do the work. I mean, I guess paymentnya itu, I suppose.
Looking at the family tree on your wall, now with my father's, everything finally feels complete. Unless a whole lot more Roottrees somehow appear from thin air. This is the last time I'll come knocking. Thanks again, and so long.
Thank you.
We're rolling.
Rolling under the city. Yay! Thanks to you hard work, Sam Madsen's book was published. It received mixed reviews. Life went on and new president took over the company. The Roottrees family faded from the news cycle. And then everything changed. There's another mystery to solve. Roottrees Mania is now unlocked as a new game. Pamit dulu Kak. Yeay. Guys, thank you banget udah nemenin aku. Sebenarnya aku mau bagi jadi 2 part, tapi aku kepo. Oke, pertama-tama makasih banyak ya udah menemani aku 6 jam, guys. 6 jam aku menyelesaikan misteri ini. Langsung selesai seharian asli. Anyway, karena ini udah beres, nanti yang kelanjutannya ini bakal aku lanjutin next time. Ya, next time, ya sampai ketemu next streaming. Besok aku streaming The Dark Detective, jamnya terserah aku jam berapa, asik. Anyway, thank you for watching. Tadi ada Kak Mondi, ada Kak Gan, ada Kak Java, ada Mbak Lon, ada Kak Foxen, makasih banyak. Ada Kak Defru, ada Selin, makasih udah nonton. Ada Williams juga. Terus ada Kak Catherine, ada Kak Arin, sama ada Bang Patoriku. Pokoknya terima kasih banyak udah nonton sampai habis. Udah 6 jam. Sampai jumpa di live berikutnya. Thank you.